Hello, and welcome to another stream, second stream of 2026. And today I'm gonna continue doing what we were doing yesterday. Yesterday, I don't know why I kept going with the stream. I was so fried, my brain wasn't responding. Um, but now I'm fresh again, so I'll fix the problems that I created yesterday. And also, well, I can just, I don't know why I start this way, but I can just show you what we're going to be doing today. Also, let me open now. Okay, I have here Notion. Yeah, yesterday was what, 6 hours? So, okay, in here, let's see. Make the flying enemies spawn less often. That's the last task that we were trying to do yesterday. We got pretty far into that. It's just that probably I was using a list that wasn't the one that I tried to use. So I was accessing indexes that didn't exist basically. Oh yeah, StreamerBot is connecting. I today I deleted deleted StreamerBot and installed it again, and that seemed to work very fine. It's just like took me like I don't know 10 minutes to set up, but yeah, it's working. You're working again, so that's very nice. And say that one guy. And by the way, did I say hello to you guys? Hello, that one guy. Hello, mijo. Um, yeah, last stream was fun. I did have fun, a lot of fun. I was fried though. Okay, so in here, yeah, I just cooked my brain. So in here, let's recapitulate what we did yesterday and what we're trying to accomplish here. So we have like weights for our enemies, remember? So there are enemies that have one of weight that are like the normal spawn. The flying enemies are going to have like 0.5. So relative to all the enemies, they're going to appear uh, like half of what they would normally do, you know? Um, so yeah, we're calculating the weight total by just going through every enemy that is going to appear in this wave, and we're going to add that. Like for example, if we have one normal enemy and one flying enemy, it's going to be one for the enemy, the normal enemy weight is 1, plus 0.5, that is the flying enemy um, weight. And then with that, we can get the ratio. So this is a normalization. I didn't know what normalization meant. I knew that what you can do with normalization. I just didn't know what normalization was. I didn't know the steps to actually normalize something. So that's something I learned yesterday. So that's very 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 cool. And yeah, in here, what are we trying to do? We're just gonna get a variable here, ratio. So we're gonna be calculating the ratio for every single enemy. So we do an iteration here. And also we're registering whenever we assign a quota. We're keeping track of how many enemies have we spawned. So yeah, we first calculate the and that one guy, you say define weights. Is it based on a 0 to 1 scale? Is part based, meaning 0.25 could be n, 0 could be n1. I need more info on it to help. Um, so I could say that the values are 0 to 1, but you could have an enemy that has like a value or a weight of 2 or 3. So it wouldn't matter. Yeah, it wouldn't matter because relative to the other ones, it's always going to get um, like how many enemies should spawn depending on the weight. Now, if the weight is negative, that's a problem. So it's always 0 to whatever integer. And Eclipser is here and says, "Hi, what's up, Eclipser? Welcome to the stream. How is it going?" And Miho say, I'm doing a very complex system with Levenstein distances, and I think I need psychological help. What are Levenstein distances, and what are you using it for? Um, okay, so then after we get the ratios, um, like basically we're going to multiply the ratio by, yeah, the way we calculate the ratio is just getting the spawn weight of the current enemy, and we divide it by the total weight that we calculated. Then we are going to be um, like just multiplying that ratio by the enemy quota, like the total amount of enemies that should spawn, and we multiply it by the ratio, so we get how many enemies we should spawn. Okay, so 0 would never spawn. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. And 1 would spawn frequently. And 2 would double the spawns. Yes, exactly. And if you have a 3, it's gonna be like it's gonna spawn like 3 times as much as a weight of 1. But it's all relative to the maximum spawn. And let me show you what the project is. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna be just right back. Because I forgot to open my window up, so I was dying of heat. Okay, so let me show you my project Eclipser, so you can see what we're working on here. And Miho is say basically like how a search engine find the difference between actual words and your typos, except mine is sorting a database. That's very interesting. I didn't well, I don't know how these types of algorithms work, but I'm curious about how an implementation like that would look like. So if you can, well, whatever you feel like sharing, feel free to share that in the Discord so I can take a look. I'm very curious about how that looks. Calculates the distance difference character score wise based on an actual word and a typo. Okay, so Eclipser, this is what we're working on right now. There are some issues with it because I was just adding something new to the game. Uh, but basically, you're a wizard guy, and you have some spells over here. That, for example, this is the fire spell. You have other spells, and like the main thing about this game is you to cast spells. You use your arrows, you know, um, to cast them, to select them. You use your arrows, and then you can use whatever thing. So the problem now is that I just have made an addition to the code, and that addition is throwing me some errors. So I can show you the other part of the game where enemies spawn and you can beat them because they are the problem. So yeah, I'm using Unity, by the way, and the version is Unity 6. I don't know which 6 is, but it's 6. And Miho will say, so Roman can be one distance away from Ronan, but in 5 distances away from Vice. Mm. And Sharkwave is here. It says, hola, what's up, Sharkwave? Welcome to the stream. How is it going? Okay, so back in here, where is the problem? Because we actually have the error being thrown there. Okay, so probably I'm using the incorrect list here. So what do I want to do? Let's put some comments for now. This is just uh, calculating, calculating, or I'm gonna put them right around here so you can see them better. Calculating ratio. You always say, and it will check how many of each character they have, including how well they're paired. So if 2 characters pair good, the higher score, so that none are, is farther from Roman, and Ronan isn't. So that would make you like pick Roman, right? Eclipser, you say thoughts on Unreal Engine and Godot. I think both are great engines too. Um, my view on game engines in general is they are just tools. Use whatever tool is more comfortable to you. Um, if I were to do like I know Godot, like the thing about Godot is that it's open source, so there's plenty of potential for Godot to become better. But now I would say I would go for either Unity or Unreal. Although I do like Godot, I haven't used it that much, so that's where my opinion ends. You know, about Unreal, the big thing about Unreal, achieving great graphics is very very much intended. Like if you want to do hyper realism, I would go for Unreal all the way. Even though Unity can do hyper realism too, like Unreal is like the default is hyper realism. And if you want to go for prototypes, like making prototypes faster or using stylized graphics, I would go for Unity. But they have like their ups and downs. Like every engine is a little bit different. But ultimately, the best engine for you is going to be the one that you feel more comfortable with and the one that fits better with what you want to do. So yeah, that's my thoughts on those engines. And that one guy you say, Roman, can you help me choose between projects because I keep making more programming languages? Too hard. The Lexer is destroying me. Duh. What I'm starting. Renderer and physics engine. Frying my brain. Wow, physics engine is a hard one. I think making a programming language is wow. I probably think it's the hardest. I don't know. Since you're interested in like game dev, I would go with renderer and physics engine. I think that specific project will make you learn the most about how things are working, uh, like in the hood, like how things really work. So yeah, I would go for that if I were you. That one guy you say, I tried to use Unreal. I have 8 GB RAM. Unreal Minimum is 24. Yeah, that's the other thing about Unreal. Unreal is very, very heavy to run. And Tali says, "Yo, what's up? What's up, Tali? Welcome to the stream. How is it going?" And Sharkwave, you say, "Hola" again. Hola, Sharkwave. Um, and Purchotam, Purchoham, I hope I said your name correctly, says, "Hi, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Everything well. I don't know how you use those characters, but they're pretty. They look pretty nice. Okay, so back to this. We are calculating the ratio in here. Then, what do we want to do in here? What should this line do? What we want to achieve with this line is really well. Let's just define what the other one does because that's more that's clear. So let's get that away. Um, add to the quota of enemies that have already been um, assigned, I guess, to the quota. And this line in the middle is where we are getting the errors. So probably is I picked the wrong list. And Tell you say everything's fine. First day back at school stuff. How's everyone? And how did your first day go? And started yesterday. I'm good. 6 hours of sleep is frying me, but hey, I slept like 6.5. I'm trying to get my sleep up. I like the ideal would for me would be between 7.5 and 8. You say we had a day off yesterday? Yeah, I knew, I knew. You told me that yesterday that you had a day off, so that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. And Nepal is here and says, "Yo, what's up, Nepal? Welcome to the stream. How is it going, dude? How are you?" Okay. So what is happening here? What I want to do is basically assign enemy quantities to the subwave quantities. Depending or these are well, yeah, these are they have like indexes associated to other stuff. Like there are two arrays, one for the indexes of the enemy, like the type basically, and the quantity of that enemy that I want to spawn. And Nepal say can't complain. Another day that ends in a Y. Yeah, so another day. And Game Dev Gary says hello with the hand emote. What's up, Game Dev Gary? Welcome to the stream. And how's it going? Eclipse, you say best sources for 2D or 3D models. If you're trying to get stuff for free, I would go with Open Game Art. There are plenty. I think that I'm gonna write you some. So here, I'm gonna put it on both chats. So Open Game Art, also Poly Pizza, and there are some more. Yeah, SketchUp probably. I don't know. There are a lot. There are more for materials, but I don't remember the names now. I'm gonna put those for you in there for now. No Nick today. I don't know. Nick doesn't seem to be here, but I guess he'll join later, or I don't know. I hope so. Okay. So here we have the problem in assigning enemy quantities to the subwave quantities. So let's see what we have here. The subwave data on our subwave data. What we have is the enemy quota. That's like that defines what is the maximum enemies that are going to appear in this wave. We have enemies in wave quantities and enemies in wave index. So why am I having a problem here? Mm, and game dev carry, you say romanleco got more time to sit with you. I like your editor color scheme. Um, Again, thanks for the warm welcome. Dude, you're very welcome here. So no worries. It's always a pleasure to just say hi. And I'm glad you like the color. I like it too. I like to change it. I don't know, every 6 months or something, because it's something that I spend a lot of time in. So I prefer it if it looks pretty. And Tali say, can we start the roulette? Yeah, I think you can. If you type exclamation mark bet and you do like your bet normally, it's gonna start automatically. Okay, so in here, enemies in wave index. So what is the problem? Because let's see what this will do. We are um, basically iterating through every single like every for the amount of enemies we have on the wave. So that is, let's see, enemies in wave index. Mm, maybe I didn't specify how long the enemies in wave quantities will be. Let me check. Let me check because I added here. I should probably update that then. Mm, yeah, because where am I using the where am I using the enemies in wave quantities? I don't think I'm updating it anywhere. That could be the problem. So after I do this, I'm gonna say the subwave data dot enemies in wave quantities equals, well, what is this type? It's a type of list. So yeah, it's a list. Because I could clear the list and just add. Oh, because I was adding before I was adding to that list. So maybe that's it. I need to add instead of accessing the indexes. That makes sense. Um, yeah, let's try that because I think maybe that is the problem. Let's try adding. So I wasn't that wrong yesterday, I think. Let's see if this solves the problem. Because clearly, if this is a list, I don't specify the length of this list. I just add the values. And I'm iterating through however many enemy types we have on the wave. So we should be fine. Let's try this. And and gamble better. Timothy shall gamble too. Nice. The gambling goes well. Nepal say mention Five Nights at Freddy's or Minecraft. Nick will be here instantly. Yeah, he's just going to spawn. And Tali say I'm gonna go. Be back later. Okay, Tali. I'll see you later then. Tali say love Five Nights at Freddy's. Really want to watch the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 movie. We all miss Nick. Yeah, we all miss Nick here. He's a fundamental part of the stream. It's not the same without him. Mention SCP. Her Nick really likes it. Yeah, he was talking about that yesterday, I think. Okay, so I don't see any problems now. Probably is okay. We have some comments though in here. We have some comments. where okay, this is being triggered a lot more times than I thought. Okay, no, 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 it's actually okay. Let me put some more messages here so I can actually see what wave is being generated. So I have a debug that log here. Let me delete the comment highlight so I don't get distracted with it. Let's separate this a little bit. This is just a log, a debug.log. And I also include another debug.log where somewhere else. I'm gonna get rid of this too. Um, yeah. Now, I like to, before I generate the subwave, I would like to know what the subwave index is. I probably can't. I probably can't know, or I could know whenever I call it. So let's see. Let me find the generate um, wave probably. Let's see. Yeah, generate wave. I have a function where it just uh, generate wave is just generating like 5 sub waves. So in here I can call it whenever I generate a sub wave. I'm gonna call this so debug.log, and I'm gonna say sub wave index, and I'm gonna add the I here. So let's add this in here, and I'm just going to use I. I have the book. SCPSL, I think it was. Yeah, he was talking about that yesterday. And Quometer is here with trophy emote. What's up, Quometer? Welcome to the stream. How is it going? And that one guy you say was gonna make GUIs, but Objective C takes like 3 files with all the headers, implementations, main that I will just watch. Yeah, it's a hassle. And Nick is here. Find it at Freddy's Minecraft. Someone. Yeah, you made it. You just spawned whenever they mentioned it. So how is it going, Nick? How is it going? Good to have you here. And okay, so let's see the comments now. Now, when we get out of the hub, we should be getting other comments, not just the ones that we just got. Okay, so on console, so the first subwave we have. For the first subwave, we have 4 enemies. Quantity 1, quantity 0. And let's see, let's go back to this. And need to say I'm good making food right now. Well, have enjoy your food, enjoy your food. And Mijo say he's been summoned. Hello, Nick. Yeah, what are you eating? What are you gonna be eating? Okay, so in here, this is all right. I just want to see the other debug log that I have around here. No, it's actually a little bit up. Yeah, here the remainder. So no, it's not the remainder that I care about. Here is whenever I calculate the ratio and I assign the enemies, I just want to see, well, the quantity that was generated. And I think the quantities are very, very low just because I set it up like that yesterday. Like it's just 5 to 6 enemies, I think. That may be the problem. Mm, toast. Nice. And Nepal say I'm eating a ghost pepper. chicken sandwich. Bad brain yesterday. Oh, bad marketing. It's not that spicy. Well, I don't know if you are you fan of spicy? Dude, I just can't with the spice. I'm very bad at eating spicy food. And I'm a Latino guy. I should be ashamed of myself. I don't really like spicy food. And Mijo always say, in commemoration of Roman toasting his brain yesterday. Exactly. Say, I'm Indian, we love spicy food. Yeah, I just got like some spice is fine for me. Like it actually, I like it. But when it's like super spicy, like I just can't. I just can't eat it. Okay, so in here there is like there are like two enemies being generated or something. Mm, here remainder of three. So I'm adding that remainder. Okay, I'll need to do something else. So let's go back to where I added the this thing. So whenever I add to this number, let me first calculate the number, what that number is, and if that number is lower than zero, I'm gonna make it one. You know, and if it's better if I just do it bit by bit. I'm gonna be explaining it as while I'm making it. So let's calculate the amount of enemies that are going to be added first, and I can have a an int here, int enemy quantity, and it's gonna be equal to zero. Now I'm gonna do enemy quantity is equal to basically this thing, which is the amount of enemies, total amount of enemies, times the ratio. So an example of this could be, I don't know, 20 times 0.6, and it's gonna give you 60% of the enemies are gonna be that. And we're Indian too. Indeed. I mean, the marketing worked. No, you got it. They did their job. Yeah, but what didn't work is like the customer satisfaction. So probably you're not buying it again, or I don't know. If it's good, it doesn't need to be spicy, but you're ready to eat something that's not that spicy. Technically, fast food, it's all processed. Someone just has to unfreeze it. I had it 6 times. Okay, it worked. It did work. Okay, so this enemy quantity, let's yeah, we want to add it here, and we're going to use that um instead of the calculation. We just calculate one time, and we're gonna store it here. And no, this is enemy quantity. Yeah, enemy quantity. So it's currently working the same way it was working before. The only change that I'm going to do now is that um, if enemy quantity here is lower um, or equal zero, it's probably never going to be lower, but why not? Lower or equal to zero, I'm going to make it one. So it's always going to enemy quantity. And I could do it, yeah, I could do it in line. So enemy quantity equals one. So that makes sure that even though there could be an enemy that has an insanely low weight in terms of like a spawn weight in terms of spawning, at least there will be one, no matter how many um, enemies. So now that we have that, what we can do is, well, basically we need to take into consideration that because it could go, it could become larger. That number could become larger than the total of enemies. So I'm gonna um, take that into consideration. So if remainder is more than 0, well, where should I do this? Where should I do this? Because I have the quota assigned, and the quota assigned is like the whole thing. So remainder is just the enemy quota. Okay, I'm gonna do it right here. So if the quota that has been assigned, so the total number is more than the subwave enemy quota, I'm just gonna make the subwave that enemy quota be equal to the quota assigned. So if we got a little bit more enemies in the wave, we need to make the wave no. So it's gonna be here, right around here, and this thing here. I think that is good. Now let's go again and see what happens here. Say fast food. That one guy you say was gonna make pasta, but we don't have tomatoes. Well, pasta without tomatoes is not the same. Well, there's like other type of sauce they use. I don't know. It's like a white sauce. Sounds suspicious, but I know it's a thing. Alfredo sauce maybe. And Nepo, you say I can do pasta on work day. To be honest, I will be tired. All right, I better get back to it. I wanted to say hi. Okay, see you later, Nepo. Was a pleasure to have you here, and talk to you later. Bye bye. Um, Someone give this guy sauce. Why the underscores around words? From pasta import sauce? Just importing the libraries and packages? Let's have fun with something bread related and BCS. That one guy you say, I think I'm a pasta away if I cannot find sauce. Okay. Let's see. Will this throw any errors? I don't think so. Okay. Let's read what the values are here. So for our first subwave or orb wave, however you want to call it, for our first zone, we're gonna have index 0 enemy. I think that's the normal enemy, the base enemy, the humanoid, like the green one, you know, has a quantity of 2. The next index is index 1, has a quantity of 2. So that is probably the fire enemy, humanoid enemy. Then we have, well, index 2, quantity 1, quantity 1. So that is 6 enemies in total. Then for the rest of those, we have, 6 enemies. 6, they are all 6, it seems. They are all adding to 6. So that's good. That's good. Now, need to say I have never used underscores for italicizing words. I'm an asterisk enjoyer. But do they work in YouTube? Does the italicization work in YouTube? Because I don't see it in the chat that I use. Uh, but maybe on YouTube is working. I don't know. You tell me. Okay, so we know that that's working. Now let's try with other numbers so we can see how things get like um, assigned. And that is on the wave manager. So let's go to managers. Let's open the wave manager. Where is it? Dude, I have so many managers. I think I'll need to categorize the managers into like other managers, like subcategories. Because we're getting a lot of them. How many do we have? We have um oh 12 here. That's a lot. And now let's go to the wave manager. Where yeah, here. And the thing that we want to tweak is basically on the spawning part is no, on the subwave settings. How many enemies minimum should spawn, minimum enemy quota, and we're gonna say 20, and the maximum enemy quota is gonna be 200. Say, mijo, my right hand stays closer to the right side of my keyboard, so I prefer shift minus rather than shift 8. Shift minus. Oh, well, yeah. And Nick, you say no, but you can make words bold in comments. That's about it, I think. Well, that's at least you can do that. And that one guy you say, never mind, guys, I got the sauce. It's canned, but I don't know, it's pasta. Well, canned sauce is all right. It's okay. Enjoy the pasta, by the way. And Mijo, you say YouTube doesn't like us making our words fancier. Yeah, I would like to have some emotes. And Game Dev Gary, you oh it's to Nick. Just box box. What box pasta? Or okay. Whatever. I don't understand what you're saying with the boxes. Box sauce. Okay, so we're gonna be trying the upper or the larger numbers now. So for the first, okay, we're getting errors here. Where? Yeah, this thing is just part of uh an error with initialization, I think. But it's part of Unity. It's not my problem. Well, it's my problem because I'm using Unity. But this shouldn't be a problem. Let's just change something here. Let's save it and let's see if recompilation of this makes it work. Yeah, it did. Okay, so now we get, for example, for index 0, we have a quantity of 15 enemies, then 15 enemies for the other ones, 7 and 7. So it's properly properly taking into consideration the weights. So if we go here, let's beat the first wave so we can make sure that everything is working all right. Because that would mean our first task of today is already done. So I want to see how many of them spawn. So there should be 15 enemies of the humanoid enemies for each type. Like 15 enemies of ice, humanoid ice, 15 enemies of humanoid normal, which are the green ones, by the way. There should be 7 of the flying ones that are normal, and 7 ones of the ice ones, flying ones, ice flying ones. And they're coming here. I think it is okay. It is good. So the current subway quota is 15, 15, 7, 7. Yeah, I finished that part. I think it's working now, game dev Gary. I think it's working now. So we have our like weights for or spawning weights. So they are going to spawn more or less relative to that weight they have. Okay, I think here we are. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those flying enemies. And it's gonna be very hard to count the other ones, but I'm gonna assume they are spawning correctly. So let's try to clear the wave now. Okay. The sound goes crazy when we attack a bunch of enemies. So I probably should do something about that. That's not like a top priority right now. But I should do something about that. And I think I could make the... yeah, that's good. I could make the flying enemies a little bit faster. Because I don't know if I'm a pro gamer, probably not. But I didn't get damaged. So that's a problem. I should have like a challenge, you know? And Nick, you say, didn't I already report the stone black hole? Yes, you already reported it. It's part of the task already. Like I already have it on the tasks. So yeah, you already did. Okay, now that's done. Let's go into here, Notion. And yeah, let me find that task because I remember adding it once you told me. Banana spell, flying enemy. I think I added it like in part of the to do. Um, where is it? I don't find it. But I'm sure I have that as a task here. Settings menu, chain lighting, change the default unity when dashing while aiming. Maybe it's on feedback? So I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Hmm. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is, but I do remember you said it. And I thought I had added it. I'm gonna add it here. Anyway. Fix when sound effect is played multiple times in a second, the sound basically goes crazy. That's the most professional description ever written. Boiling water right now, so I can be more active. What broke? Nothing. There was already something broken, so nothing new broke. But it's that when you attack multiple enemies, they're all trying to play the hit sound. So when they receive damage, they are automatically going to play the hit sound. And the problem with that is that if they all play the hit sound at the same moment, you know, it's gonna sound very weird. And need to say, I don't know. It wasn't on stream though, that I know. Um, but I remember you said that, and I had it somewhere. Maybe I didn't pass it to a task, or maybe it was on Discord, but I should have passed it to a task. Very weird that I don't have it here because I remember having added something like that. Okay. So make the flying enemies spawn less often than humanoid enemies. That is a task that we have just completed. So let's move it then, and let's let me bring up my GitHub desktop. Say, if you didn't break any more than was broken, that's a win. Yeah, not complaining. Um, okay, so in here, the higher the number is, the more enemies will. We did some changes, so it's not just that the flying enemies spawn less often, but also the we don't have enemies that spawn slowly now, or after like the quota is very strict. There is no more spawning after the spawning quota is achieved. The enemies that need to be spawned. There's no more spawning. Roman Sip, dude. I just wish there was a way I could see, like we could have emotes. And Game Dev Gary, you say, have you considered randomly modify the pitch river of the hit sound? Um, I have considered it. I don't know if I implemented it, but for example, it's very, very subtle. But on the footsteps of the enemy, I already did something with that. I already changed the pitch. I don't know if I did with the hit sound. The each hit should sound a bit different, so group hits will sound better. Um, yeah, I could do that too. Let me see where I'm calling the audio. I could call. Well, when is this going to happen? It's going to happen in probably on health script. On the health script, I have that going. That is something cool to do. And you say, what water bottle is that? I want to hit the Roman save emote every time I need water. I don't know. I got it online. It's like, let me put the virtual background like this. It's one of these bottles that remind you when to drink water. It's like 2 liters because no, I'm maybe I'm not that tall, but I'm a heavy guy, so I need like a lot of water throughout the day, and I'm pretty like I need to hydrate a lot of the time, and I jab a lot, so it's the best invention that anyone could have ever made for me. Did you speak about hydration? You know what that means? You gotta gamble. All right, yeah, I have to gamble. Oh, let me put my virtual background here. Um, but I think I can gamble the or can I bet? Let's bet. Uh, I don't know how much money I have, but let's do 100, and I'll do black. Okay. Um, and that one guy you say, bro, I would forget for like hours. Then at the last hour, I would shock. Yeah, that happens to me too, to be honest. But the thing is, I since I'm talking, like I have the habit like already is on me, and I'm constantly looking at this. Like this stands right next to me, and whenever I look at the camera, I have this thing. This thing is massive, like compared to my head. It's like 1.5 times my head, so I can see the bottle whenever I look to the camera. Okay, here, whenever I'm calling the sound effects, because I think I'm passing an audio clip. I think that's it. Let's see. Status effect on health. because I don't think I'm overwriting this anywhere. So maybe let me find it's the audio manager. When am I calling that? Audio manager. So I'm calling it 9 times. Here, audio effect that hit SFX volume scale, but I'm not changing the pitch. I'm not changing the pitch. So I could do that. I could change the pitch. So let's um yeah, and I have like a float, or I have a variable where I can just change that very easily. So let's do that. I need a random that range, and it's gonna be from 0.8 f to 1.2 f. So that's the pitch change, and it's going to affect every single enemy. Now where else am I hit SFX volume scale? Because I need to overwrite this everywhere. So I'm gonna just grab this. I'm gonna copy, and I want to see whenever I'm calling audio manager. Yeah, basically here, then here, here. Yeah, so I call it like 3 times in just one line. And that's hit SFX volume scale. And the same thing here. I didn't see the result. Roman lost 100. Well, I guess I lost that. Yeah, you need to remind me to just gamble and drink. Yeah, to be fair, I'm like always here in the stream, so probably gonna get some coins. And I think it works very differently. Um, the way you get coins when you are like because Roman like romanleco works like as my character and as a bot. So whenever you try to do a command, it's always going to reply. So I'm getting some coins there. Just whenever you whenever you say something to the bot, I'm getting some coins. I'm getting paid. Okay, going back to this, I was gonna put the I wanted to commit this. So first let me hear that. How does that sound? I think I can blacklist him from getting displayed, but that's not really fun. No, it's better if it's displayed. Very subtle. Very subtle anyway. But it's the subtle things that make the games great. Okay. Now that we have that, let's actually go there and add a new commit. So this commit, what did we actually did now? We did two things basically. Let's put the most important one first. So it's enemies spawn according to spawn weight plus something else. So that what is that something? Say that one of my friends accidentally made me mod. and I tried to ban him from the stream. I was demoted right after. Yeah, look, logical first thing to try. And in game dev Gary, you say, Romanleco, your game is already pretty great. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. And you say, what was the part, the toughest or toughest, yeah, toughest part about making a magic game? Um, Implementing the feedback, dealing with the jankiness, making the AI. I think making the AI for any of my games has been like the most difficult part because there's a lot of tweaking involved, not just making it work, but like tweaking the values so they are working great and as expected for the player. So I always say AI is like the hardest, not because it's like incredibly difficult to implement, but tweaking an AI to behave the way you want is a little bit harder for me. That's it. Making the game is the hardest. Circles, 100% circles. What circles? Okay, so spawn weight, and also what else? The thing about I think I'm going to put that inside the description. So now enemies have now how many enemies are going to spawn and which ones is defined by the maximum, by the quota set in the subwave and their um, individual individual spawn weights plus the enemies oh no, when the enemies to be spawned in the wave have been spawned, there is no uh, more spawning. And I'm gonna put in parentheses like previously enemies kept spawning anyway, but slowly. Okay, now I just commit this and push to origin. And that one guy say, Roman, do you see Banana Man? Of course. Now we have a command on Discord for Banana Man. I'm pretty happy about that. Nick made it yesterday. Miho, you say he struggled with circles so much he forgot what they are. What circles? Oh, yeah, well, I call it the ring. So yeah, that's it. But circles are hard. Yeah, as that one guy said, circles are hard. Say Nick, hopping over on the white hot sun. No, you see, let's go. Water is done boiling. Okay, next task. Next task. What is it? Create a spawning function specific for flying enemies. I really don't want to deal with that right now, to be honest. Let's see what else we have. Fixing something. If the player is inside a subwave, that's boring. The other thing, the arrow highlight doesn't turn off when failing a spell when you're too fast. We could try and fix that. The thing about fixing this is that I'm gonna change the whole UI. I'm gonna change the whole UI before version 0.2 probably. So I don't know. Even if I fix it, probably I'm gonna get away, or probably I'm gonna remake it anyway. So I should probably put it here. Don't need to do this now. Now the double jump can be achieved is if space key is pressed very fast. Is that really a problem? Well, let's see. Which one of these three will I make first? Probably I'll do this in order, and then if we have time for today, I don't want to do 6 hours today. Probably gonna do around 4, and like a little bit more if I'm in the middle of something. But yeah, settings menu if we have time today. My brother is so tired of hearing that. Thank you, Nick. Viable people repellent. Everyone who is in my vicinity while I'm in silly mood is tired of hearing that. It's been a really long time, like almost a year since I've discovered it. And I still play it occasionally. I don't get why people would get mad or would get annoyed. Okay, create a spawning function specific for flying enemies. So the thing is, if I go to the wave manager where I do the spawning, you will see things are going bad. So, uh, let's see. Give me just 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so in here I have like the spawning thing. Basically, I ask for a position, and the way I ask for that position, it's inside a function. So let's see. Control guideline render. And that one guy say, I just sung it right now, and immediately he said, "Bro, can you not?" It's awesome. Let's see, because I have something for get spawn point. No, it's not spawn point diameter. I want to get the another thing completely, entirely another thing. Get position maybe. Let me look where. Well, it should be called inside the main spawn function, which is this one. So let's see. So when I spawn enemy at, yeah, get valid spawn position, that's where I'm doing this. You always say, I've done that too, actually. Everyone is sick of bananas. Okay. So in here, I could actually show you this. I don't know if I showed you the way things spawn here. Because I have been drawing rays to know where things are going to be spawning. So in here, let's get into a spawn area, like a zone, and you'll see. Let me get here. Well, I could actually turn on the gizmos in here too. It's pretty weird to play with the gizmos on. Okay. So if I go inside here, you'll see there are raycasts happening all around the area. And That's the way I get valid positions for the enemies, basically. Now, when I don't get a valid position, I basically tell the function that's gonna return the valid position to return the a default, and the default is like in the middle of the map, right around there, where I'm throwing my spells at, you know. So that's why these enemies are spawning there sometimes. It's just that they don't find a valid spawning position. See, that one guy, you say, I think I made too much pasta. 2 pounds? Wow, 2 pounds. It's much more than I thought. Yeah, pasta like gains a lot of weight with the water. Eat up. Okay, so let's go into this again. I'm gonna stop the drawing of the race, so I want to see what I'm doing here. If you see here the result, uh, what I do first is basically I said the well, the result is just the beginning of the raycast. See, never thought family size would actually be family size. So I start the origin at result, but if I don't have a point, if I don't have a position, it's gonna return that, and that is, well, basically it's the entity spawner, so it's the orb. That's the orb. No, sorry. I think that is the middle of the zone. Yeah, that's the middle of the zone. Plus, 16 units up, because 16 units is the maximum change in elevation that the map has, and that's the only way I'm doing that. And why am I doing that? Because I want to raycast from the maximum elevation I can, so or maximum change in elevation, so I can get like every single ground piece wherever I am, or wherever the entity spawner is. So here I have tries. It's just 15. How many times to try to get a valid position before going for the default? So they are trying 15 times before getting the default. So there's probably something wrong with the way I'm doing the raycasting or getting a valid position. Mijo say, if only your brother didn't leave from going bananas, he might have, might have helped eat some of that for you. Okay. So I think what I'm doing with the origin, X, and Z is actually okay. And I think the raycasting is completely fine. The thing is, where exactly am I getting a sample? Yeah, I have to get a sample position. Because if I just return the hit, is not going to work that like that. Just let me try to do that. So I'm gonna say result equals hit that point, but the enemies that are stuck to the nav mesh are going to struggle. So let me see, or let me show you how this looks. Because it's probably gonna make that the flying enemies spawn correctly, but the humanoid ones are not. So let's go there. Let me deactivate the gizmos. Dude, the line that's supposed to take you to the zone looks awful. I need to do something about it. About that. Let me see. Okay, the spawning is alright. I think there's just some places where the spawning goes crazy with these guys. So they can spawn through stuff. But you see, maybe this zone I wouldn't have had a problem normally. Mijo is I remember Roman being genuinely concerned once when Nick was shouting spirit names out loud. In Game Maker, you say hi, low. Yeah, so I was, I got like out of context, it sounds very different. You know, when it doesn't have the sound, or when it doesn't have the music background, like the instruments or whatever, and it's just the lyrics. It does sound very different. You're like actually thinking about what the song is saying. Okay, so they are spawning. They are spawning. I just don't know if everyone here or every single one of them is spawning. And also, you can see these guys have like shadows in their trail. I don't want that. I don't want their trail to have shadows. But it's just a line render. So I guess I should have, I should change the material for them. Breaking news, cult starts in YouTube chat. And they just say the original music video, without the sound, is straight up just clearly about drugs. I haven't seen the original music video. Okay. So I wanna get, I'm gonna kill these enemies and see if there are some more that maybe are hidden somewhere, and I can, like, I just can't see them. Who's on fire? I hear someone's burning, but I don't see anyone burning. Okay, so as I suspected, there are enemies in the ground. Yeah. Let's see where they are. Because I can see the enemies are active, so. Why are there so many particles? Are you seeing this? Why are there so many particles still active? Like you can hear the particle sounds, right? And game dev you say you're trying to make spawning better for flying enemies. Yes, that's what I'm trying to do, because the spawning works right for enemies that are on foot, because I have an like a knob mesh surface for them to walk on, and they need to be there to work. But when I have flying enemies, they're not using the navigation from the other enemies, so I need to do like a custom one for them, or like have a way to filter them maybe I can specify like if they need to spawn on the match or not. Yeah, let me see where the other enemies are, because I know there are some enemies around here that just didn't like being. Oh, I know where they are. The sound that you can hear is not the particles. It's this guy. This guy's falling over and over again. There's like 4. Can you see them? It's like they can't get a valid position. You see? So yeah, that is what happens when you don't spawn them properly. They don't like it. And what about these particles? I so well, I'll take care of that later. What I care about now is just the spawning. Okay, so let's get back here and let's bring back what we had before. So this is only going to work for the humanoid enemies, the ones that are in like stuck to the ground basically. But it wouldn't make that much sense that it's not working for the other ones, because they still would need to get a valid position. And also the result here, I guess the default should be something else. Mm, well, it doesn't really matter. Mm, let me think about this, because I could have like something that tells me I could have something that tells me, okay, this is a flying enemy. This is another like a humanoid enemy. So this enemy needs to be spawned on the nav match, and this one doesn't. But that would make that I would have to like basically ask whenever you want to spawn something, can you spawn in, like, do you need to be locked to the nav match? But I wonder what is happening here when. Let me debug this. Debug that log on else debug that log um couldn't couldn't find a valid position. Couldn't find a valid position on navmesh. And also I'm gonna just put the index there. I and here the index, because I'm curious what this will throw me. Let's see. In game dev, you say game dev Gary, you say, why are they able to spawn outside valid points? Because I changed the how the valid points worked. Basically, because I was before, and this is what I just bring back. Um, like I'm in the area in the zone, I'm casting, like I'm ray casting towards the ground, and whenever I get a point in that ground, I'm basically saying, okay, now that I have a point in the ground, is that point in the nav match? because if it's not in the nav match, I can't tell the I can't tell the enemy it's a valid position to be in, because it's gonna basically not like it, because the nav match agent needs to be in a nav match surface. So yeah, that way it works. It's just that the flying enemies don't use the nav match, so it's not that even it's not that they don't need it, because they don't need to know, they don't need to be on the nav match, but also if they are spawning on the nav match, sometimes they don't find it, which I'm just figuring it out now. And that one guy say, H, never mind, the pasta is done. And Nick, you say just make them take damage when falling. Yeah, yeah, I could make that, but you are not killing those. And it's okay if it's 4 enemies, but what if you have like 200? There's gonna be, I don't know, 8, 16 enemies that are just going to be basically invalid. So yeah. Okay. And a game that you say, how do you differentiate between flying spawns and ground spawns? I I could let me try this first. I could have in because I think I have like data inside the enemies that tells various things about them. So let me see if I have that. Let's see. Mm, Um, and Lorenzo von Matterhorn says, "Hey, what's up, Lorenzo? Welcome to the stream. How is it going?" So in here, I guess I have like a scriptable object for that. No, I don't have it. So let me look into the normal enemy. Let's see. It should be infected enemy, I think I called it. So this guy over here. What do we have going on? We have a brain for him. We have some movement that just like the brain just sends signals to all the other scripts. Like basically what to do. Like the brain tells it, okay, you need to move there, and the movement script moves it there. Then enemy health, an animation handler, and kinematic character motor. Okay. So I could probably have inside the enemy health, since every single entity is gonna. And Lorenzo, you say, can you please give an W? I'll give an overview of what I'm doing. Yes, for sure. Give me a second. I'm gonna give an overview of what I'm doing. So this is the project. This is a magic game that I'm working on, where you are this wizard guy, and you can press control and some arrow combinations to basically select some spells. And with those spells, you can go into these zones here, and some enemies are going to spawn in here. So your objective is to beat these guys, um, to go to the next point, so you can like clear the whole way. That's it. That's what I'm. That's what the game is about. And there are more enemy types, but I'm just dealing with the way they spawn right now, because I was having a problem where the flying enemies don't really spawn correctly. So that's what I'm trying to do, make them spawn correctly. Okay, so going back to here, and our game dev you say this is the best stream I've been on to date. Well, I really appreciate it. I'm very glad that you're liking it. So your bots are awesome. And, oh yeah, about time to complain about those. Let's see. You see, Lorenzo, which engine is it? It's Unity. It's Unity. I'm using Unity version 6. And here. Okay. Let me open this thing here. Okay. Now, I'm gonna close this, and in the health script, because every single that's what I was saying before. Every single entity in the game is gonna have health. Health can be overwritten, and it's like the base class for health, and it can be overwritten for by whoever is using it, but they need to have health. They need to have that, so other scripts can call things related to health, like receiving damage, and then the way the function works, it's going to be determined by the specific entity. But they need to have the that thing. So let's go into. Oh, and why are the stream avatars working weirdly? I'm gonna disconnect them and reconnect them. Dude, it's always something with stream avatars. Always something. This is the stream. Okay. I hope it works. I hope it works. Otherwise, I'll have to reset the vertical stream. Yeah, let me go back so I can read you. Complain about stream avatars. Yeah, we should make that a command. Say, I don't stay here till like 4 a.m. for no reason. Yeah, probably. Okay, if you're on the vertical stream, it's probably gonna go away. But I'm gonna bring it back in like a minute. So just give me a minute to restart this, because the bots get very funky after a while. So here, and stream. Say, before I end the vertical stream, I'm gonna answer to you, Lorenzo, because you're on the vertical one. And you say, I was also into game dev, but I was using Godot. I think I should learn Unity if I wanted to get a job low. Anywho, any advice for a beginner game dev? Well, you can go into Godot, but yeah, for sure, Unity and Unreal, I think, are the engines that get like the most jobs, because it's like the closer to the standard of what game devs use. But any advice? Um, well, I started. If you already know programming, I would say start making small projects, and then uh, each new project that you're going to make, you're going to tackle something new that you don't know. So that way, every single thing that you're doing is like trying to progress, and you're gonna have some cool games along the way, because you're going to be doing some new things every time. So yeah, I think that's the best way to learn like anything, like just getting every time you do something new, or every time you do something, you're going to be tackling something that is a little bit harder, or yeah, it's a little bit outside of your current understanding. So you're not going to like go fully into something incredibly challenging, but you need some challenge to learn, you know. And if you don't know anything about programming, I would I would say start with a game engine that uses another a more simple language, so you can get used to using to the basic project programming concepts first, and then you go into other engines. For example, in my case, I went with Game Maker first, and once I did some projects and prototypes with Game Maker, which uses, well, you can use either blocks or their own language that is more simple to code, then I moved to Unity. So yeah, that's my advice. Anyway, I'm gonna end the vertical stream here, but I'm gonna restart it. Okay, so it's gonna show up again. End this vertical, closing the vertical thingy, dismiss, and now let me disconnect this. And if I connect it again, can you type something so I can see? I can see if you're appearing. Okay, there. Now let's start the vertical stream again. So it's new stream, schedule stream, reuse settings, next, next, public, done, and now I should be able to send data. And game dev Gary say make a GDD. I think that's a very valid, especially if you're working with people, making a game design document. It's very important. I don't have one for this game. I just know like some basic things I want to add. Like I have them very present. But for sure it's something that will make that you don't have to like constantly think about what the direction of the game is. Okay, going live vertically. Is it running? It's scheduled. What time it is? Should be should be live. What happened? The stream avatars, the thing I use for these little guys, the avatars on the lower end of the screen, has problems constantly. So I needed to restart the vertical stream so it could show up again. They could show up again. Okay, I think now we are good. Yes. Okay. Now, say, Mijo, what's your opinion on of 3D talking animations? What do you mean about? Yeah, what are you talking about, Mijo, with the 3D talking animations? I don't. I think I'm not aware of what those are. Talking animations, or what specifically are you talking about? Okay, let's get in here, and yeah, I wanted to know if, well, basically, I don't need these comments anymore. I'm going to delete them. Don't need this. Gonna leave the 4 in here like this. Save. Now for the other one. And Miho is say, are you pro moving mouth in 3D or a 2D sprite that's only with one frame during dialogue in game? Um, it depends on the game. It depends on the game. I'm a very big fan of simplicity, and whenever I can save time and make things look silly, I prefer making things look silly and save a little bit time. Uh, so I would go for the simplest one, but it doesn't need to be specifically a sprite. It could be some other stuff. But yeah, but if it was like, I don't know, for this game it works, But for a hyper realistic game, I don't think it's gonna cut it. To this price, it's gonna cut it. Okay, so what was I doing? I was deleting the debug logs. So in here, Wave Manager, let's see, I do Control F debug dot log, and I don't need this. I don't need this. Where else do I have debugs? Wave ended. Well, I'm gonna leave that one. I no longer need this. I'm going to comment this one. That's a comment. I'm gonna get rid of those. Where else do I have some more? The current subway data is null. Okay. That's fine. Those are fine. Yeah, I'm gonna leave those. And Miho is like there has been like only one game that did a decent job with the 3D ones, and I've forgotten which one. Forgetting is one of my best traits. Uh, I think to see the thing is not like animating the face, or well, it has its complexities too, but it's also syncing it up to the audio, so it makes sense. Probably if you're making something like that, it would be cool to have some sort of motion tracking or face tracking thing, so they look more natural, because it's easy to make things in the face specifically look very weird when you're making animations yourself, like you're making the animations. Okay, so I just want to know, I just want to keep this here. Let's see if I have any other debug logs that I don't need, so it doesn't clutter my console. And I need to get out of here to see them. Yeah, no things cluttering my console. So now, when I get there, I should start getting the messages for all things spawn related. Okay, this message needs to go to Brawler. And Moody L3L says hi. Well, hi, because it has an interrogation sign. What's up, Moody? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. How is it going? So, yeah, let's go here again. And now that we don't have that thing or that debug.log, I think the console is going to be a little bit cleaner. So let's get there. I think in this place, there won't be any problems with... couldn't find a valid position on NavMatch on iteration 0. So, yeah, this happens. But I guess I should only... because I could include like a scriptable object for any entity. And Art, you're here, you say Submoney. YouTube always sends me to Bert first. Okay, there we go. Yeah, YouTube always, in not only YouTube, like Discord, like prefers sending the vertical notification. I don't know why. But welcome, Art. How is it going, dude? Okay, so in here, the thing is, I probably want to have maybe it's not going to be like super useful now, but for later, if I want to like have any other info inside any entity, probably gonna do like entity info or like a scriptable object for storing some other type of stuff. So yeah, let's go into scriptable objects folder inside the scripts, and here I'm gonna do another script, and it's a scriptable object. It's gonna be called entity data. And hard to say, it's going, finish up some stuff, very productive day, play tested, found bugs. So you start very, very early. The other time that we spoke, I see your starting time, dude. You're crazy for that, but that's great. If it works for you, you start working very early. And yeah, what were the books? If I can know, if I'm allowed to know, what there were the books that you found? Let's see, entity data, scriptable objects, entity data. Okay, now what do I want in here? What I want is just, well, probably since now I have like entity data, I could do a lot more than specifying if this is a flying enemy. I could probably use it some in some other places too. But let's just do a bull is flying entity, and it's gonna start at false. Or well, if it's starting at false, then I don't need to say anything. But here, let's make it public because I need to start that, or I need to check that. And I just say rewrote authentication pattern, then found a bug I thought I fixed already. It happens. That's okay. Um, okay, now when I do the spawning, let's do. Well, this is gonna be inside the health. So any entity is gonna have health. Any entity has health. So I'm gonna specify it here. The first thing I'm gonna put actually is gonna be that. So here header. Um, no, I'm not gonna do a header. I'm just gonna do serialized field private entity data, and it's gonna be entity data. And I just say so. Here is where I would like to ask if you would like to meet our Lord and Savior asset locator. Yeah, I would. I would actually. Okay, here, entity data. Okay, we have entity data. I can probably make a header for this. Mm, yeah, I'm gonna leave it that way. I'm gonna leave it that way. Because one other thing, for example, in here, instead of having entity element, I could have that in the entity data, you know. And Nick, you say Roman Discord general. Okay, let me check. Awesome! Incredible! That is great. That's super good. This just made my day. How's it called? um, how is it called? Copy text. Let's see. Pet gif. How do you write it here? Or how do you put it? It's a sticker? Dude, I'm such an old guy. I don't know how do you do it? It's a GIF? Okay, yeah. And how are you putting it there? So okay, it's just a GIF. I'm very happy for this. Yeah, I can barely see the cat in that picture. Just barely. And by the way, if you don't know, there in my profile picture, at least on the Discord one, there is an overlaid picture of a cat, but very low opacity. Okay, I'm gonna bring this back here. I got in a trance just watching that. Okay, so uh, I don't want to like start putting everything here because it makes a lot of sense to if you're gonna have a place where you contain like data, it would make sense that I can see what the element of that entity is in inside that entity data. So I guess I'm just going to do that one, just that one. And here is gonna be public. Or why would I want to have that protected? Why would I want to have that protected? Mm, I don't know. Let's see, elements. And it's gonna be entity element. And it's gonna start at element dot none. Mm. Miho, Miho, you say Roman's workflow has improved by at least 50% from the power of PetPet. It has. And Game Dev Gary, you say you're trying to figure out where to put the East Flying Bull. And well, I was, and then I figured I would just make like a data where for like any entity or anything that's alive on, well, it doesn't need to be alive, but any entity in the game can have that like entity data. So there it would make sense I could have something like that. But if I have like data, I could probably store a lot more things that I didn't have the space for in there, you know? And Art to say, I would prepare your assets with game asset and in game asset have it inherit a scriptable object. Later, you can extend game assets with a way to grab all game asset in your project and regex to create a property script for them. So game asset is an abstract class. Um, I would need to take some time to digest that. Probably off stream. I'm gonna look that up, but it's asset locator, right? So if I were to just research some one thing, it's asset locator. Okay, so in here, let's yeah, enemy movement. I don't think I need enemy movement here. Element opposite. Yeah, I'm gonna close that. Health. I'm no longer going to have the this thing, you know, because I'll get it from the entity data instead. So I'm gonna get some errors here, and this is because I want to access entity data dot um, entity element, and here, since this is public, I only use underscore for my private variables. Entity element. So in here is gonna be entity data dot entity element. You sweet summer child. Okay, so now. I don't think it's gonna throw me any errors anywhere. And where else am I using elements? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. What I care about now is just that I can access the from if I have the health script now of any entity, I can have the entity data. So I'm gonna make a function here to get it. So here I'm gonna do it just below it. So it's gonna be public, needs to get entity data, and it's get entity data, entity data. That's it. Now on Wave Manager, I need to go in here and so depending on the type of enemy, I'll need to well, I need to know what enemy I'm going to spawn first. So I could do different calls or like specify bull is flying enemy or is flying entity. Well, I don't think I'll need that, but let's just be super like general, just any entity. It's always gonna be enemies, but whatever entity. Okay, so now when I get valid spawn position, oh, also, I could just start this as true, or sorry, no, I'm gonna leave it as false. So if I don't specify anything, it's just gonna be like a normal one. Now, before adding this thing, I'm gonna get the game object first. So here, it's gonna be game object equal or new enemy equals enemies manager that instance. Well, I need to uh I need to know anyway beforehand what type of enemy is this to get a valid to get a valid spawn position. I need to get it anyway. Because what I could do is having on the enemies manager having two functions, one for activating the enemy and like getting it, and the other one for telling it where it should be. You know? So let's go into the enemies manager. Go to definition and uh, let me bring some more water. I'm gonna be right back. Just refilling my water bottle. Okay, I'm here. Now, let's go. Yeah, here, enemy, enemies manager, and here when I do a spawn enemy at, I'm only using this. I have just one reference, so I'm only using it there on the wave manager. I I basically want to have it separated, so it's gonna be two things. One is just going to make sure that enemy is alive or like activated, and the other one is gonna make it go somewhere. So spawn enemy at, so it's gonna convert into spawn enemy. And the thing is also I will need then to, well, I'll need then, well, a spawn enemy. Let me do this. Public, I don't need to return anything. Spawn or move enemy to, and I'll need the enemy index, int enemy index. What else will I need? Probably I will need the the game object, or because I can't get the exact index of the enemy, because this enemy index is just like the type of enemy it is, you know. The normal enemy is index 0, the fire enemy is index 1, the ice enemy is index 2. But I also need another index that is like, what is the position of that enemy in the list of that enemy type. So I guess I could pass it. I could pass it too. I could, because I could pass like a tuple. Mm, yeah, I could pass a tuple. So it's gonna be game object and int. And now instead of screensaver not working, why doesn't it work? Mijo just disappeared. Oh, stream avatars shenanigans. That's it. Now, now it works. Yeah, stream avatars is an incredibly cool thing to have. It just has a lot of errors when you're multi-streaming. If I were not multi-streaming, probably we would have no problems. But if you're multi-streaming, it is it is something. And also, like, why not having the avatars for both of the streams, not just the horizontal, you know? Because we could have a horizontal and vertical, but it just doesn't work. So okay, in here I'm gonna return a tuple then. So that tuple is gonna be well, this is the game object, and I return also the I here, and in here I return new enemy game object, and I'm gonna return enemies list enemy index dot count. That's it. Now, um, Yeah, this part doesn't go here. This part doesn't go here. I just want to reset the enemy and whatever, and I'm gonna return it. And if I don't get an enemy, I'm going to instantiate and pass it. But in here, I want to have this. So I need the enemy index. I will need the index in enemy type list. And also I will need what? The position. So vector tree dot position, or yeah, position, or just pose a position. Okay, so now I can do basically enemies list. The motor is gonna be index in enemy type list. And if the motor is not null, then I'm gonna do motor that set position there. But if it's not, if the motor is null, I'm gonna do enemies list. I get the enemy index. Or I could just do, yeah, because it's gonna be this enemies list, enemy index in enemy type list dot transform that position equals the position, like that. And that's it, I guess. I I didn't notice you put myself into like in a pin above me. Okay, so I guess that's it. That's it. Let's go and try that. So it's gonna throw me a lot of errors. Oh no, because I only called it once. So I just have to fix this one time. And in here, game object, new enemy, enemies, dot instance. What was I trying to do here? Oh yeah, I don't need this probably. I'll see if I need this. Um, but the main thing now is just I need to get a tuple. So the tuple is gonna be a game object, and int, and this is gonna be new enemy equals well, basically alive enemies game objects that add and spawn enemy. Here enemy index. No, no. I need to do this. I need to copy this here. Because when I add it, it's gonna be new enemy dot item one. So that's the game object part. But this is just this. And then as soon as I do this, I want to do enemies manager dot instance dot move enemy 2, and I have the index of the enemy, so it's enemy index, and I have the new enemy dot item 2 for the position of that specific enemy in the list of uh, all of the enemies of the same type. So that is right. Now, why doesn't it like it? It doesn't like it. There is no argument given the camera. Oh yeah, I need to specify the position. So it's gonna be get valid position, because this is all that we've wanted to do with this. Is basically we want to get the enemy data. So here, and entity data equals new enemy dot item one dot get component, and it's not the get, yeah, it's get component health, and every single enemy, or yeah, any single entity, anything that it exists and it can like move or whatever, is gonna have the health component. It doesn't matter if you can't hurt it or whatever, it's gonna have this. So yeah, I get that, and from the health script, I can get the get entity data through this. So entity data is gonna be new enemy entity, or new enemy data. I'm just gonna call it that. Let's separate this a little bit so it's a little bit easier for me to like read. And now that we have that, I can tell it, okay, new enemy data dot is flying entity. That's it. That's it. So now that we know if the flying or if the enemy that we're about to spawn or we spawn is a flying enemy, we can do very different stuff depending on that. So here, first thing first, let's do if is flying entity, or no, if is flying entity equals false, I'll do basically what I'm doing already. So I'm gonna bring everything here up, and else. Well, I still need to do the raycasts, right? Yeah, I still need to do the raycast, so I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna do it inside the raycast. So in here, inside the physics, that raycast, and why do no? I don't need this really, but yeah, I'm gonna keep it this way. Yeah, I don't need this. I'm gonna do here if the is flying enemy is true, is flying entity. I'm gonna do one thing, and else that means it is not a flying entity. I'm gonna do what we were doing for the enemies that are on the ground. You know? So in here, the only thing that I want to do probably is just getting the normal hit. So the the result is gonna equal to the hit, that point, and I want to have like where could I put this? Subway settings, entity spawner, animations and color, line render, other. Could be on other, but yeah, I guess I'm gonna put it on other. Here, serialized field, private. This is a float, and it's gonna be flying enemies y offset or y spawn. Flying enemies spawn y offset. I'm gonna start this at 2, so they have like a distance to the ground of 2 when they spawn. Also, probably another thing I need to check is I'm not doing the warping. Yeah, reset enemy. Let me see this index. Oh yeah, I need to do this. I need to do this. So in here, if I found the motor and whatever, I need to basically grab the, well, what is this? Enemies list. This is just game object. This is enemy health script, so I need to do enemies list, enemy index in enemy type list dot reset enemy, because that makes it so the agent, the navmatch agent, is synced uh, with the transform that position, because the motor that I have, the because I'm using a kinematic character controller, so that is taking care of where the of the movement, you know. So it's overriding transform that position, and it's fully setting it. So when I move that, the nav agent is a little bit like works on its own, and it tries to like escape the transform that position sometimes, because it's trying to snap to the nav mesh surface. So I have to make them sync, and that's what reset enemy does, if I remember correctly. We can look into what that does, because if we go into enemy health, go to definition, and look for reset enemy. Here you have it. Okay, this is max health. Oh, yeah, that's just for resetting the graphics. Oh, I guess I'm completely wrong then. Yeah, that's not what it does. But I remember I need to like sync it. I need to sync the thing, so I think that's an enemy movement. Well, it doesn't matter. I hope it doesn't matter. Well, then I won't need this here at least. So we go again to enemies manager, and I'm gonna write a comment for me. So here, there's a chance that you need to sync the nav agent with the transform position. So just in case we get an error with that, uh, we can have that there, so we know what's happening. And game dev Gary, you say hi. What's up, game dev Gary? How are you enjoying the stream so far? Okay, so that one guy you also said talking to Miho. How is the distant thing going? Yeah, how's it going, Miho? How are you dealing with that now? Are you working on that right now? Okay, so in here, that's it. That's it. Is there anything that I'm missing here? Oh yeah, I wrote this flying enemy spawn offset to add to the offset, but I haven't actually done it. So if I go again to get valid position, get valid spawn position, here is going to be hit that point plus vector 2, or sorry, vector 3 that up multiplied by the offset. So flying enemy spawn y offset, like that. Yeah, you game dev guy, Gary. Since you since you say hi, um, let's save this. Let's save this, and let's see if it works. Let's see. So we should tell, or yeah, we should know if this works when we get to the zone, because we know, or we can see exactly what is the distance to the ground they have. And not only the offset, we want to see the offset, but we want to see them spawning correctly. I know, okay. Object reference not set to an instant of an object. There's something missing, there's something wrong. And that's because I haven't made the entity data. And Mikio's Lungs says, can I get a shout out? You are my favorite transgender YouTuber. What are you even on, dude? Um, so yeah, let's see. Let's see in here. Yeah, for the scriptable objects, I already did the script, but I need to create the scriptable objects. So in here, I have a folder for the scriptable objects, but I haven't created them. So I'm gonna add here for entities, a folder for entity data. And let's create uh, and let's create where's the scriptable objects? Yeah, here, entity data. So I'm gonna add entity data. I need entity data for, well, all of them. So they're all going to be a little bit different. Put that in Roman OF. And the Gary say, you're my favorite too. Oh, thank you, dude. Okay, so here I'll need infected enemy. I need to start making them for all of the enemies. Is absolute unit a gender now? It will be soon. I need to register it. And that one guy to say, yeah, 100% my favorite YouTuber. Thanks, thanks. Yeah, I think you can tell when you're getting a weird comment just looking at the name, because I struggle figuring out with if the name is like one of those names. But yeah, I should probably ban that guy. I'm just not used to it. I should have like like the habit. I should get the habit. Okay, so here banning, and it's not that common that I get like a guy like that in stream. Okay, so for the infected dude, or well, I want to categorize them, so I'm gonna put humanoid in here, and it's gonna be, well, infected, and I need to make one for the player, player, one for fire enemy, one for the ice enemy, one for the flying fire enemy, another one for the flying ice enemy, and another one for the normal flying enemy. And Artie say, Roman, when are you going back on your 7,000 calorie diet and 50 hours a week in the gym? Just next month, I'll go with 7,000 calories. No, dude, it's actually crazy. Like, I don't know if you have ever done like a diet where you like have to eat a lot. Just for example, some people that I know struggle with like gaining weight more than being skinny, or sorry, yeah, like they're skinny and they struggle to get weight, and they get like, I don't know, 3,000 calories diet for a skinny guy, and it's very hard for them to get them getting the. I need to get the calorie gainer. Like I don't know if you have seen those things, but yeah, but 7,000 is another world entirely. Okay, so the player doesn't fly. Who's flying? Just a flying one. So let me make that true. Is flying entity, and I need to assign the entity element. So the infected normal doesn't have any. I'm gonna call this normal enemy, and it doesn't have any particular element type or entity element. So the ice enemy, yeah, this is ice. This is ice too. Fire and fire. Now I need to go and assign that in the enemies. In game dev Gary, you say I'm one of them. 3,000 calories make me throw up. Yeah, it depends a lot on what you normally eat, what's your size, how much do you weigh, how tall you are, all of that things, all of those things uh, can make it difficult for you to eat that many calories. I just say, to be fair, 20 hours is him just looking at the mirror. Who do you think I am? I'm not that self-obsessed, that self-centered. Okay, so let's go into the flying enemies, and yeah, I'm gonna assign the entities. Yeah, in the health, I need to assign the entity data. So let's go to the next one. Here it's flying, fire, enemy. For this one is flying, ice enemy. For the enemy fire is gonna be fire enemy. For the enemy ice, it's gonna be ice enemy. And for enemy infected, it's just going to be normal enemy. Now I need to go into the player itself. Let's go into player. Let's type this player to get into the prefab. Here. And in here in the health part, player health, I need to assign the entity data to player. Hard to say. Oh, sorry, 19 hours. Yeah, that's more like it. That's more like it. 20 is too much, but 19, yeah. Okay, let's try this out now, because I think, yeah, probably I was getting errors because I didn't assign, or I hadn't assigned the entity data. Oh, also, I'm gonna get some other problems because I need to go into their fire. Oh no, I did already. I already tweaked that, so that's okay. Okay, let's get into one of those zones, and let's see. So now the flying enemies should spawn correctly and should spawn like just a little bit up, like two units higher than the normal enemies. So I guess they're spawning correctly here. Here at least they're spawning correctly. Now I'd like to try that a couple more times because I know there are some specific zones where I was getting that problem. I don't know if this is one of them. So I'm gonna try a couple of times just to see if all the spawn zones, like the spawning is working correctly for the flying enemies in all the spawn zones. Parkour wizard. Yeah, it's pretty fun to run around and batch in this game. Okay, here I got a problem. What's the problem? Oh, this thing, dude. I know why, but I have to sometimes I have to comment this, save it, and so it just recompiles, and it doesn't throw me errors anymore. It's a very weird thing, because I'm not doing anything wrong there. It's just that that specific script needs to be recompiled sometimes for to work. Yeah, no, I don't get errors there. But at least the spawning is alright, so. Okay. Yeah, the flying enemies are good here. Yeah, I never had a problem with the spawning enemies here, to be honest. So let's try another zone. Maybe there. I think I already tried that one. Let me restart. And let's do two more zones, two more different zones. So spawning task is done now. I think it is. I think it is done. I'm just trying to. I'm just testing it. I'm just seeing if it's working. Yeah, because you can see them spawning there. Okay, let me test it one more time in another zone, and I think we can just commit this to the repo. That zone we already tried. Let's go for another one. Let's see. Okay, that one. That one. I think in that zone specifically, the one we're heading into now, I had a problem where the flying enemies were not spawning. So now I saw one spawn. Should be good. Okay. So yeah, they're good now. Let's go into GitHub desktop. And what can I do? What can I say here? The title is gonna be for this change is gonna be um, specific specific specific. Did I write that correctly? Yeah, specific spawning functionality for flying enemies. Flying enemies. Yippee! So now let's write the description and Yeah, so in here, the normal enemies spawn normally, but the the flying ones don't snap to nav match. Instead, they spawn in whatever point in the zone plus an elevation. And another thing is added I added the entity data for every entity data that can be accessed uh, for every um, entity that can be accessed through the health script. That's it. Now let's commit this to main. Did we do anything else? I don't think so. So commit 2029 files and push to origin. Now let's go into Notion, and that's done. That's one thing, one less thing to do. So before I continue, give me a quick bathroom break. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm here. Back. Okay, what's next? Double jump can be achieved if space key is pressed very fast. That's something that Nick found. You can double jump if you press space key fast enough. So let's make sure that doesn't happen. Because like as a base, it shouldn't happen. But if I have like some place that I don't want you to reach for some reason, I and you have that double jump, it's probably not the best thing. So let me go into the player movement. Where is it? Let me see. So it's under player movement. And in here where I have a whole like part for jump. So let's find the jump function. So I'm sure there is a jump function over here. Okay, yeah. So I have a try jump, and this I have a try jump and a jump. So the jump makes the action of jumping, like that's what it's what's making the jump like go through. This is where I do force on ground for the kinematic character controller motor. I do the force on ground so it gets like separated from the ground. Then I do the velocity. I put the velocity to jump impulse. That's the velocity. Then if is air jump, well, that's for doing like double, triple, whatever jumps. I have like air jumps, but I need to make sure that if I want to give you air jumps later, that's okay. But you can't do a double jump if you don't have them. So, oh yeah, after jumping, the ground hit should always be triggered. Yeah, that's for the animation. Doesn't It's not a big deal. And I'm also going to call all the events that are subscribed to the on jump, or all the things that are subscribed to all the functions that are subscribed to the or added to the on jump event, and just play a sound effect. So that is the action of jumping. Now I want to know, um, or what I have to change is when I'm calling this. So here, can ground jump. And game dev Gary say your jumping confuses me. Is air jump equal air dash? Yeah, let me see. So here, let me explain what's happening here. Because yeah, it can get confusing. When you don't write something, it's harder to understand. Just like when you write it, you make like a schema of how it works because you did it. But yeah, this is just the part that tells it when you jump, you're gonna receive an impulse that goes up. That's it. And it's also going to um, if it's air jump, basically, if you're jumping while you're on the air, is gonna add to the air jumps. So if you have like 3 air jumps and you use one, it's gonna count that one that you use. So next time you check, you can say, okay, you have air jumps, but you have already used, like, I don't know, 3 out of 3, so you can't jump in the air anymore. And Nick was, yeah, there are no air jumps, at least not intended. Yeah, I'm trying to fix the not intended air jump. So that part is already covered. Now, this thing, can ground jump. This is basically making sure that you are on the ground. And it's not exactly because when you want to have coyote time, basically just some milliseconds after you left a platform, for example, like you need to be touching a platform to jump, you know. But after some seconds, just after some milliseconds, you can still jump. That's coyote time. So you can. So it's a little bit forgiving. The jump is a little bit more forgiving. So this is just making sure that you can jump. Now, in here, I do bool buffer jump. And this thing, where am I calling the try jump? We can see in here is try jump target velocity. It's a little bit more like up in here. So this is try jump. This is where I call it try jump. But let's go back. Let's go back there. Say sad. I was doing cool stuff with it. Well, if you want, I can skip this fix for now, but I need to fix it someday. It can't be there always. Yeah, so now can ground jump. That is motor grounding status. Basically, this is asking the fit. How do you call it? The rigid body. If it's grounded, if it's basically touching the ground, you say, "I'll find new bugs. No worries. I know you will. I know you will." So time minus the last grounded time is less than the coyote time. So that's just making sure that the last time you were ground, that's just checking for coyote time. If the last time you were in the ground is larger, yeah, I'm basically telling if the time for the coyote time has passed, then you can't do the jump or you're not fully grounded. And this is an or. So it's either you're touching the ground or you just touch the ground. Now, buffer jump. This is, let's see, time. That time is subtracted. Last jump press time. So here, last jump press time. This is basically when did I press the jump button, or when did you press the jump button? So here, let's see. Last jump press time is um, jump buffer time plus 0.005, and that's on awake. It's just this thing is just for, as I said here, as I put this in this comment. This just avoids jumping on start. You know, I'm gonna leave that comment there. Now, where else am I calling that? Let's see. In here. So this is it. If I get the key down, I press space, basically, I'm saying last jump press time equal time dot time. So that means if I go here now, I basically check if time dot time is, or sorry, if I subtract last jump press time, so the time we pressed the key is subtracted to the current time. If that is less or equal than the jump buffer time, then the buffer jump is going to be true, you know? So if buffer jump is not true, I return. And Nepal is here, says back. What's up, yo? What's up, Nepal? Welcome back to the stream. How is it going? And Nick to say, I usually just do a bull. Well, you can do a bull, but the thing is, if you want to have like the coyote time, it's better to record when you press the space key, so you can, I don't know, if you pressed it some seconds ago, you can still like register it. Like if you're pretty close to the ground, for example, let's say you're falling, you know, as the player you are falling, and you haven't touched the ground yet, so you're not grounded. Like yeah, grounded is like being like a punishment. But yeah, you haven't touched the ground yet. You're on the air, but you are very close, so you think you can press space and jump immediately. You know, so instead of telling you the player you can't jump because you pressed the jump button when you were on the air, I tell, okay, record when did you press this, and I'm going to use this as a with a buffer. So even if you pressed it like some milliseconds before you touch the ground, you're going to jump anyway. You know? Okay. And can ground jump. Okay. Jump. Okay, so if can ground jump, if I'm on the if either the Coyote time or I'm on the ground, I'm gonna just jump, do the jumping. Otherwise, and where am I calling this exactly? Okay, yeah, that's okay. Can ground jump. I do that. Else, if the motor grounding status is stable on ground, so I'm not touching the ground, and air jumps used is less than extra air jumps, I can also jump. So now I think jump buffer time. Let's see what jump buffer time is. It's a very small number. Mm, yeah, I could like give this like a cooldown or something. So I could do, well, basically, I could do if buffer jump, I will do. Mm, I'll do basically. Well, and air jumps used is less than extra air jumps. Mm, well, basically the inverse of this. I'm gonna set the last jump press time is gonna equal. Well, if I put it to time the time, that's meaning I'm just gonna be probably 0 or something. Like just resetting the key, so you need to press it again. It's not going to remain like that. Okay, let's separate these things a little bit. Oh yeah, if buffer jump, I'm gonna return anyway here. Let's see if that solves it. No, that makes it so it's actually easier to do it now. Let's see. Maybe I put this back here. Let's see. Oh, same thing. And it's not that hard to do. Like you just have to basically double press. How many times can you do it? Like 4. Need to say make it so the coyote timing on jumping only works if the velocity is downwards. Mm, the coyote time only works if the velocity is downwards. Yeah, I guess that would work. I guess that would work. Let me basically delete this. So in here, it's only going to work. The coyote time is only going to work if. Well, then I'm gonna group this or well and motor dot velocity dot y is than less or equal to less than 0. Let's see. Yeah, because I don't see how you would take advantage of. Yeah, you're very right. I think nicked. Let me try to. Yeah, I can only jump once. So you're very right, nicked. Yeah, because in what other like scenario you would use it if you're not going like in what scenario are you going up and you want to use coyote time? I don't think there is one. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. And if we ever find a scenario that where we need to change that, we're just going to change that and find another way. But that's a very simple way to do it. Pretty good. Okay, so now let's go into here and fix. It's still a box for me. Um, the player can no longer jump multiple times. Well, it's not the best title ever. The player can no longer do. Yeah, it's multiple jumps. People jumps at the same time. And game dev girl, you say romanleco, is the coyote jump still functional? Oh, that's something I need to try. But I would guess yeah. I would guess yeah. Let's see. Let's make it slow motion because it's actually hard to find. Yeah, it's still working. You know, you have a couple of extra like milliseconds to perform the jump. See? Okay. Yeah, but you got it. It's always good to test these things because you never know when something can get broken. Okay, so the player could do multiple no, I found a better word. Multiple simultaneous I may not I may not be able to pronounce the word, but I can write it. Simultaneous jumps. So the player could do, and Nick, you say, I usually implement coyote time by just making things check for a timer instead of an input. When you click a button, it sets the timer above 0. It's only tied to inputs then. Rip double jumps. Yeah, that's another way to do it. Like I don't think there is anything like your implementation has anything to envy about my implementation. I think yours could be even cleaner in some cases. It's just different ways to do the same thing. Um, yeah, rip double jumps. No more, no longer have those. The player could do multiple jumps at the same time when pressing space key repeatedly. Repeat, repeatedly, very fast. Okay, commit one file to main and switch to origin. That's fixed. That was pretty fast. Now let's go into Notion and here. So we fixed the double jump can be achieved if space key is pressed very fast. And that's probably like a bug because that wasn't like intended or anything in the first place. Now for today, we're getting quite a lot done today. So just two more tasks for today. I don't think um well, I don't think we're gonna have time to make more anyway. But yeah, this is are the only tasks left that are left for that we have left for today. Okay, so what is this? If the player is inside a subwave, when it spawns, it won't get triggered. Oh, I know what this is. The player would have to exit and enter to register. Yeah, so it actually, I think there's like two places where this can happen. Yeah, I'm on a roll today. Yesterday I was super, like my brain was fried. But today I slept a little bit more, so I'm gonna blame the better sleep for the better performance. Okay, so let me go into Wave Manager. Just let me explain what this is, because I don't think it's very self-explanatory that title I put there on the task. So when you have, I can do. Let me explain it on the scene. What's happening? So let me bring the hub shields. No, it's on probably on the map. There are along the map. I know I have like possible. I have possible places where the zones can be. You know, so I don't remember where I put them. Say Nepal, I guess naps aren't all that bad. Dude, naps are great. If you have the time to nap and are a little bit sleepy, naps are incredible. Or you can take also a nappuccino. So you take some coffee before the nap, take the nap, and when you wake up, you're like super energized. Take some nappuccinos. Um, so yeah, let's get into they're probably in the map. Probably in the map. It's not on blockout because that's just like the main blocks that are making the map. So let me see what we have. Okay, it's not lookout, it's not connections, it's not hub building, not trees, not decorations, not fences, not hub shield, and this isn't either. So let me actually go into the scripts folder and let me see what the name of these are. Could be somewhere else too. Probably on the wave manager. Yeah, on the wave manager it makes more sense actually. So where is the wave manager? Here. So I have some things that are called spawn point positions. See, wise words have never been spoken. Okay, so yeah, these things are. Let me enable their visualizer so you can see what I'm talking about. I'm gonna select every single one of their visualizers, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So yeah, if I enable this things here, you will see the all the areas where basically the zones can be and their sizes too. The thing about this is that, for example, if you were to be here in this particular area, uh, you wouldn't have any problem. Now, when you defeat this area, or like beat the area, whatever you want to call it, you killed all the enemies, so it's gonna despawn, and another one will spawn. If you were here, and for example, you're exactly here, in the middle of it, if the next zone that appears is this one, it's gonna overlap with you. So that means the the area won't be able to trigger and won't be able to call the wave manager to tell it, okay, the player is already inside the area, so you better start spawning. It can't tell him that because it doesn't know that it's triggered. It doesn't know that it entered the area because it's you were in an overlapping position. So that means I need to tackle that, and I need to take care of when that thing happens. There's like I think just two places where you can be and that thing can happen, but still two places or one is enough. Like this shouldn't happen. So here, this could also happen in here, and say that's also yours, Nick. You were the one to report that. Were you one to report that? Uh, yeah. So I should. You know what I should do? Because I write the on feedback. I write who is writing that feedback, right? Or normally, if it's if it's on stream, I don't, because I just write whatever task. But I should put the name. I should put the name of who said that, because I think it's actually very cool to like recognize who is helping me improve the game. So from now on, I'm gonna start writing whoever sent feedback. I'm gonna write the name inside the description of the task, so I can like know who's helping who's helping me with finding bugs. You're probably gonna be everywhere, nicked, but it's still I think it would be good. Okay, so I'm gonna put it here. Uh, nicked. Set. It found this. Okay. So what do I want to do to fix this? I probably want to have so the new version will be a book finding competition. Book finding competition. Yeah, yeah. It is going to be like that. Well, I hope so. Who knows? But maybe. Okay. So, oh yeah, there are a couple of places, like 3 or 4 places where this can happen. Okay. What I want to do, or what I'm thinking I want to do, is I can do like maybe not a sphere cast, because sphere cast don't work in this way, but maybe like uh check the ratio or the radius of a sphere that is the same size of the zone. And if I find the player there, then I'm gonna just send the trigger anyway, like trigger the script anyway. So let's go into, well, let me first, let me disable everything. We disable the mesh renders, so this shouldn't show up. It's just for me to know how these things look like and how big they are too, like where they are and how big they are. So yeah, let's just put this like here, and yeah. Now let's open probably the wave manager. Like there's a lot happening on the wave manager, but let's open the wave manager. I think I already have it open, so yeah, it's the only thing that I have open here. So there is a place here where I have references to every single spawn point. Yeah, spawn point positions. Here I have them. And I also would like to access that other script. So where is this? It should probably be, well, I can search this. So spawn point pos, and yeah, that's actually not the one. If I go to wave manager, let's see where I'm calling this, because I I know I'm calling it somewhere. Like basically I'm telling it, okay, I entered the zone. So let's do player in zone. Yeah, player in spawn zone. So let me search that word or that variable so I can find the thing I'm looking for. Player in spawn zone. Yeah, that's another one. Enemy death, player in spawn zone. Here, set player. Okay, yeah. Here, when I set player in spawn zone, where I'm calling this, and it's pretty good to have. I don't know what I would do with IDs. There's people like using Notepad to write their code. I think that's very crazy. Like whenever I think about that, like it's maybe if you know about the language, you can get away with like writing things in Notepad, but you don't have any other helpers. Like the IDE gets you the references to all the other stuff. For example, here I can access wherever I'm calling this. So on spawner zone, here, set player in spawn zone, true or false. Let's open that script. Let's open that script and let's see. So on trigger enter, yeah, I check these things on trigger. I just do set player in spawn zone. So that's what I have to call in here. Yeah. So let's see on Wave Manager, we are going to go when I do the, basically, I have a function here called wave or subwave on position, you know? So I can just tell it where to go and it's gonna like just go there. So in here, I can check for that diameter or for that radius inside a sphere. And if I find the player in that sphere, I'm going to say, okay, the player is already there, so I can probably just set the value to true. Now, when do we do this? I think after this could be okay. Or after resetting the subwave, because what am I doing with the reset subwave? Game objects that active true. Okay, probably this. So here, I'm gonna do after that reset subwave. I'm gonna do uh well, I don't know exactly what I was using, but I think on impact spells, for example, that's exactly what I'm doing. Whenever I want to check for an area like a sphere, I do whatever I'm doing there. So let's get into the spell because I use it there. Where is it? Yeah, here, for example. I have physics that overlaps sphere. So it's not like a physics raycast or sphere cast, because sphere cast, I didn't know it worked this way. I used sphere cast wrong for a long time. So Spearcast is like not like you're like just casting a sphere and the sphere is in the origin where you set it, but it's rather you are like rolling a sphere down the direction you sent it. So it's it's not like you make a sphere appear and you're checking for things that are inside it, but it's rather that you define a sphere here, for example, and you make it go all the way here, and in its way, whatever it finds is going to register as a hit on that sphere. So yeah, I want to do an overlap sphere, physics that overlaps sphere, and the result is going to be a bunch of colliders, like a collider array. So I'm gonna steal exactly this line here, and I'm gonna modify it. Well, steal for myself, but I'm gonna modify it so I can use it in this new context. In game dev Gary, you say that's nice to know. Yeah, it took me a lot of time. I've been using Spherecast um, wrong for a long time. Yeah, I thought it was something similar to like a fat raycast. Um, but yeah, it's like you're rolling a sphere down a path or in a direction. Okay. You say, no. Tell me, Art, what is that you find wrong with my explanation? So maybe, maybe you can, we can all be a little wiser. You say, scroll up a little. Where? Scroll up a little. And where? In the, in what script? Where does this get called? The sphere cast? Here, for example, in the spell, I use the overlap sphere because if you use the sphere cast, it's like you have to specify directions, like where is it going, and it's not going to. If even if you put like maybe you can have like a direction of 0, you know, so there's no movement, or you're not casting it anyway. You're just making the sphere stay in the same place. And is this a hot pad? No, it's only like on impact, and I'm only doing it one time. For example, this is on subwave on position. I'm not calling this a bunch of times. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This only happens when I call another wave. So when the zone spawns only one time, I call it that there. So don't worry about this being called multiple times. It's just called one time. And the other place where it goes, where it happens more often, is where when impact spells collide. So when a spell that has an area of attack impacts, I also do the overlap. And Art, you say, KK, keep it, but for many reasons, it can be useful to pull an actual sphere to give you a visualization when debugging. But you can do a draw sphere. Oh, well, you could use a visualizer. Yeah, you need to use a visualizer because draw sphere, I think you need to get like a package or something. There's no draw sphere. I looked at the other day. If you do the debug that draw, you only have line, which is very annoying. I've seen some other like some people do their own function where they basically uh like yeah, they do their own function with lines drawing a sphere. Um but yeah, it's a shame that you don't have a draw sphere. Okay, spell data, transform that position. Yeah, I want to do it from not transform that position. I want to do it from where? From the entity spawner dot transform that position, and here it's gonna be well over the sphere uses radius. So I have the diameter, so it's gonna be zone diameter divided by 2. Well, I have the visualizers separated, so I know how they look like. Like here, let me show you how have this set up. In the managers, I have yeah on their wave manager, I have all of my positions. Like I can see them, you know, because otherwise, yeah, it would be pretty difficult to know where they are in what area they occupy. So let me show you how I have them. Yeah, this thing. So you can see like the whole area. Like I have some visualizers just for yeah, because if I didn't have any, it would be difficult to know exactly how the area would look like. Okay, let's oh, and let me make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. Now, let me disable it. Match render, and let's put this way. Close the manager. Let's save. And here, when I do the overlap, then I'm gonna do a for and int I equals 0. Uh, I is less than colliders. That colliders dot length, because this is an array, I plus plus. So now I'm gonna do exactly the same that I was doing with the or this is yeah, these are colliders. Okay. And I'm gonna do yeah exactly the same. So I'm gonna check first if colliders is more than 0. So I'm gonna well this still shouldn't run. This shouldn't run if I don't have any colliders. So here I basically yeah just do colliders, the number of the collider, transform that compare tag. Okay, so what I want to do is basically if the collider I that transform that compare tag layer, I'm gonna do basically two things. I'm gonna break this so the for doesn't like just breaks, and also before that, it's just making well this set player in spawn zone to true, and set player in spawn zone. Where do I have this? It's just well player in spawn zone. So start. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Set player in spawn zone. like that. A set player in spawn zone. True. Yeah, I think that's it. And we're gonna exit. Yeah, that's all right. So now I'm gonna go into the wave manager and I'm gonna make that all the waves appear in the same place so I get the overlap. And hard to say, it costs less to do unenable for a collider than physics. Yeah, both are fine though. I think I use physics mainly for things like if I am writing for static things, like trying to climb a wall or wall hopping. Um, yeah, I think on the problem here is where when I do the unenable thing, I have an animation happening too, and that's messing up. I think that's what messing up with how the exit and enter thing happening, like on trigger enter and on trigger exit, get a little bit messed up, or could get like some edge cases there where they don't register the players because I like the size of the collider and the size of the whole thing is being animated from like basically zero to like the full thing. So in this specific case, I thought maybe I'm just going to do an overlap with what the full size will be. So if it is there, I just have it activated. Okay, now I have to try this. I think this should already like just work, but we need to test it. So when I do the subwaves, let's find the subwave or generate subwave. Let's do spawn point index. It's always gonna be 0. I'm gonna copy, paste, and comment this. I'm gonna put this as 0. So it's always gonna be 0, the first one. So we can try the overlap. And also, before I press play, I'm gonna make the I'm gonna make this thing basically be or the wave. It won't have as much enemies, so I as many enemies, so I can try this faster. Let's go into wave manager and here in spawning. It's on subwave settings. I have a minimum enemy quota of 5 and a maximum of 10 instead of 20 and 200. Okay. So now, even when I beat this zone, even if it's overlapping, like it's gonna start in the same position, I should still be able to, or the zone still should start spawning. So when I beat this zone, I'm gonna start here, and yeah, it does spawn. So that is fixed. That is fixed. And let me pause this and let me read you game dev Gary. So you say, so is your wave a match round full level? How many subwaves in one wave? Yeah, so the whole wave, it's like 2 to 5 subwaves. And a subwave is just when you enter a zone. So yeah, that's it. Okay, let's delete this and bring this back, and that's fixed. let's open Notion too. Let's open Notion and in here. Okay, so it's just what was the problem? The player is inside a subway when it spawns. It wasn't triggered. Um, Fix overlapping zones. Um, Overlapping zones can spawn enemies. Um, Overlapping zones spawning issue. Fix, yeah, like that. Fix overlapping zone spawning issue. So in here, I'm just gonna do on the description when zones were overlapped, the player had to exit and enter again for the zone to start spawning enemies. Let's commit and push to origin. Let's drop it there. Okay, so we just have one more task for today, and I don't know if we will be able to complete it today because it's a settings menu. It's a settings menu, and it's gonna take a while. I guess, but we can start it. We can start it because I don't want to get fried like yesterday. Settings sound daunting. It they're gonna take a little bit of time, not that much in the functionality part, but like making the settings menu. Like, dude, I'm very bad at making UI. Um, and the setting menu include main menu? No, they don't include a main menu. That's gonna be like a separate part completely. It's just for you to be able to. It's just for you to be able to pause and what else? Change the resolution, change volumes, probably. So I'm gonna start listing out what I want to include in that settings menu because I never do like quality settings probably. Yeah, I'm gonna include quality settings so you can change the quality you want. If you can't run the game at maximum or at the default quality, you can change it to a lower one. Or if you want to have it at a higher quality, you can do that too. Changing the resolution, all that stuff. Because I like my settings menu has always been like super very very simple ones. You just can change the volume for sound effects, and you can change the volume for music, and that's it. Basically, so now let's define what we want for this. And need to say, and then we go to one of hundreds GitHub repos that have settings and see how they do it. Well, it's pretty common knowledge or pretty easy to find because like a lot of people are doing settings menus. But anyway, I wanna do my own. So here, let's see. I want to have what first the most important stuff here is like basically make the UI show up with escape or toggle. Make UI toggle with escape when the UI is showing the game pauses. That's a great addition. Now, what else? What else? I want to have. You can change volume sliders, and I want to have one for master and another for. Let me look my audio mixer. Let me look at my audio mixer, because here should be on window. It's on audio mixer. And let me select my audio mixer. Audio. So I have it separated in master, but I could have a category for like just sound effects. Yeah, probably would make more sense, because I don't want you to be able to like change everything specifically, like for UI, spells, movement, enemies, environment, music. You will just have like access to a sound effects slider. Sending screen check toggle, and while you're at it, add it to Vanguard. Why is it annoying? Is it annoying that? Oh well, let me add that too. Because what if you don't want to have one of the yeah? What if you don't want to have one of the post processing things happening? You should probably be able to toggle them on level 3 very much. Yeah, let's not talk about Blendguard updates. Uh, dude, okay, let's see. Let's go into the Notion again, because I wanted to add that thing. So master and sound effects. What else? Toggles for post processing effects. I'm not sure if I'll do a toggle for each one of them, but chromatic aberration. I know some people don't like it. Chromatic aberration. It's fine. I'm planting the seed. Okay. Also, now that you have a slider, or no, not a slider, but like a toggle, I'm gonna add motion blur. And I'm only adding it now because I like it, but a lot of people, I think, including you, Nick, don't like motion blur. So I'm only adding it now because you can toggle it however you want. You say game dev, Gary, keymap binding. Oh, dude, that's gonna take so much time. That's gonna take a lot of time. But that's a good addition, to be honest. Keymap, maybe, yeah. I'm not going to add it now, but I am going to add it. Keymap binding. It's gonna be well. These tasks that are here on to do are the tasks for basically version 0.2. So maybe on version 0.3 we can have it. Let me go on feedback, and I'm gonna add keymap binding, and let me put your name in here so I can like remember. Oh, I can even grab your image here, your profile picture. Yeah. So after version 0.2, like when I include everything else, I need to add keymap binding. But when I do complete like the yeah, no worries. Like I appreciate your feedback, really, really. Appreciate it. And need to say, if you make it dynamic with the new input system, I think it's this is gonna be easy. And also copy plus paste. Yes, but I have to add the input system, and I would have to rework like the way I'm handling inputs. But I will add it. Yeah, what I was saying is when I complete version 0.2 plus the test for the new way of selecting the spells, I'm going to look all the feedback and all of the ideas, and from all the feedback and all of the ideas, then I'm going to add more tasks for version 0.3. You know? Yeah, I'm using the old one. I'm using the old input system. So, but it's just a matter of setting it up. Just a matter of setting it up and do a Control F and search whenever I done an input. Just change it for whatever. Okay, settings menu. Let's see. Okay, for chromatic aberration, motion blur. Do we have? Let's look at the post processing effects that we have. It's under here, global volume, because we have bloom. Do you want to be able to touch like change the bloom? Like you can toggle the slider. You wanted to add bloom? Yeah, there's bloom already. Like there is already bloom. Bloom. We have it. The intensity in and threshold is set to 1. I could make a slider if you want to change it. The problem with that, well, there's no problem with that. It would be weird. And say no, wait, it was motion blur. Yeah. So motion blur, I wanted to add it. So now that we're going to be adding, uh, yeah, toggle is usually fine. So yeah, I think so too. Let's go into Notion and here, Bloom. I don't know who doesn't like Bloom, but and tone mapping. Yeah, tone mapping. I don't think I'm gonna make people be able to change tone mapping. Tone mapping is a very important part of this, like the visual aspect of the game. Because without it, it looks very gray, and yeah, I don't want. It's just going to look awful, and I don't think it's that bad on performance. It's just I would say it's lightweight on post processing. I'm not entirely sure though, but I wouldn't say it's something very crazy. Now lift gamma and intensity. Yeah, I'm not going to change that, and you won't be able to change lift gamma and intensity and game because I'm using it for something gameplay related. So you won't be able to change that. Um, or at least for now. In the saturation, you won't be able to change either. So that's it. Oh, vignette, vignette. If you don't want the vignette, you can also disable it. Vignettes. Okay, what else? Yeah, we need volume sliders. We need this. We need resolutions. Resolutions drop down. We need quality drop down. If you want to make it full screen toggle. Can you think about anything else that we may need to include? And probably today I will only do like the layout, probably, not the functionality, because it's already like 3 hours and 46 minutes since I started streaming, so I don't want to go that much longer, or I'm gonna get my friend right, my my brain fried. So And need to say, I'd open Risk of Rain and see what they have. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Looking into other game. Let's see. Risk of Rain, to settings menu. Are there images of this? There should be, right? But gateway, Cloudflare, and I don't know. And Nepal, you say Roman, you played Risk of Rain. I have played the Risk of Rain 1. I have played more Risk of Rain 2. It's a pretty fun game. It's a pretty fun game. Yeah, I played it. I played it. I don't play like I don't play like anything right now. The last thing I played was Valheim with with you and Art, and it was just because I had more free time because I took a week off. But other than that, I normally don't. I'm not playing that much. But if you're up to it, we could play one day. And game dev Gary, you say, did you do mouse sensitivity and axis inversion yet? No. I think mouse sensitivity I have it, but I haven't done axis inversion. Let's add that too. Let's add that too. Oh no, I haven't put that in here. So yeah, mouse sensitivity. You're very right, game dev Gary. Mouse sensitivity. Sensi, because it's something that I have implemented the sensitivity. I just don't have it on the UI. Mouse sensitivity and mouse axis inversion, right? Axis inversion toggle probably. And Nepo, you say Risk of Rain 2 rather. I used to play it with Arder. I actually love Risk of Rain. The Risk of Rain 2 is such a good game. And Nick, you say people who play inverted scare me. Um, why is the reason that some people play with inverted controls? I really don't understand why. I know that a lot of games have axis inversion. Okay, inversion. How? Oh, inversion. That's how you write it, not with T. Okay, I think we're good with these settings. I think we're good. Now I need to probably. It is gonna probably be a large menu. Probably. Mm, so I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Let's see how the Risk of Rain menu looks like. Let's see how it looks like. Single player. Okay, multiplayer. Yeah, we don't want to. I think the style is gonna change because I need to do like a UI redesign, and that's what I do. Like at the one of the last tasks that I do for my games is just the UI redesign. I don't do that much in that task, but for this game specifically, I want to be like very mindful and like put a lot of effort into how the UI looks. But it doesn't need to be good now. It needs to be functional. It needs to be understandable, but doesn't need to be cool yet. Okay, so this is a screenshot. Let's can I open this in another tab? Screenshot, view page source, inspect. Can I open? Let's open image in new tab. It downloaded it. I don't want to download it. And need to say, I know that some people are used to the pilot controls, like pull to look up, but X inverted, no idea. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes sense to me if you're playing like yeah, I guess it makes sense for some people. But the horizontal inverted, I don't know. And Nepal, say their UI didn't stand out much, to be honest. You should check out Flowstone Saga's UI. Flowstone Saga UI. Their UI. Where's their UI? I would actually need to like look into gameplay. I don't think most games have their their settings shared in on the internet, like that easily to find. I would need to check gameplay, probably. Mm, yeah, you know what? Oh, you should check. Oh, no, no. Nick's simple, but that's what makes it good reference. Yeah, we can start from there and then we can improve. And EXPY is here, says, "Hi, why is my stream vertical now? The last stream was horizontal. How can I switch it back?" Uh, what's up, EXPY? You can go into the channel, like you can click the channel, and you will see on the live page that there are two streams running. One is vertical, and it says vertical at the beginning, and the other one is like the normal one. So you just click that, and you can see the default one, like the good one, the horizontal stream. You can say Tetris 2 finally after all these years. And Neapolis say, by the way, fair warning, the game is filled with furries. It's okay. Yeah, like I haven't seen a lot of furries on Final Sprays already. But thanks for the warning. Okay, so here, let's see. I can see some images. It's just I can't make them bigger. On that. Open image in new tab. Okay, yeah, here you can change like shadow distance, texture resolution. I don't think I will for now at least. I won't let you change these things. I will only let you pick between qualities, like because this is like a more complete type of menu. You have like gameplay settings, keyboard and mouse, controller, audio, video, graphics. I could separate it this way too. I could separate it this way. Uh, yeah, I think let me let me separate them, but I'm not going to make everything that is here. I'm gonna make it like some of these parts are gonna be like coming soon or something because I just want to have something very simple for now. So let's go in here. What are the categories? Are it's gameplay, keyboard, and mouse. Yeah, that's for remapping. It doesn't hurt having the categories. So categories, division, and I'll do gameplay. What goes in gameplay generally? Sensitivity? I guess so. Um, Keyboard or key mapping. Keyboard plus mouse. I'm not sure. Well, this game would be very cool uh with controller support. So I'm gonna leave that there. Controller, but for a future, for a distant future, audio, and we have graphics. Well, video and graphics. I don't know what video and graphics are. But I guess I'll keep them. You say Neville, thank you. Yeah, I know you like to play your games with controllers, so yeah, and you're not the only one. There's a lot of people that like to play with controller. I'm not one of those, but I get it. I get it. And EXP you say, is controller integration really hard to do? I wouldn't say it's really hard to do. It's just yeah, it can be annoying, as Neb said. Can be annoying. Like it's just more time. You have to do like mapping, like keyboard mapping, like twice. Making the detection. Like for example, if you connect a controller, you're going to automatically be switched to a different controller. But now with there's a new input system from Unity that came out like some years ago that makes that less annoying. So it's not going to be that hard, I guess. I haven't made it, so I couldn't say you, I couldn't tell you exactly like 100%. Yeah, this is exactly this hard or that hard, but or this easy, but I guess it's just a little bit annoying. Okay, categories. So you know what I'll do? Because now I probably want to take a lot of time making a layout first before I do the menu and I do the implementation. So what I'll do is I think I'm gonna leave it at this for now for today. I'm going to work on my own off stream making the layout. So tomorrow we are going to be implementing the layout that I'm going to make off stream because I like to take my time with those things. So yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna implement it and add the functionality. So that's it for today. Thank you for watching. Really, really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun today, and dude, I can't live before giving another moment of appreciation to this awesome gift that Nick added. This is incredible. This is super awesome. So yeah, that's it for today. Thank you for joining, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye.